Hey everybody, thanks for joining us. So this is tuning into your divine calm, which is a deeper dive into vagal tone. We did the first one in June, where we kind of systematically went through different body systems. A lot of times when we think of vagal tone, we just think of vagal tone, which is tied to the vagus nerve and your rest and repair mode. You could think of it as your anti-stress mode, right? That's where we kind of heal and digest our food and get sleep and let go of things emotionally and mentally and, have a quieter mind. And then we have this aspect that is tied to action and activity, but it's also tied to fight, flight, freeze, and fawn, right? And so we're looking at basically the autonomic nervous system. When we talk about vagal tone is a component of the autonomic nervous system. And in the tuning into Divine Calm 1, we went through each system and we improved vagal tone in that area, which means it improves function and it also improves the body's ability to heal in that area. When we have poor vagal tone in a particular area, you could say that that area is super stressed out. Like it's stressed out, so it magnifies problems and it shuts down function. Like if you look at what stress does to the body, magnifies problems, shuts down body function. And so when we systematically go through and we look at vagal tone in these different areas, we're looking at not just stress in the body, because most stress is actually more physiological than psychological. So we're looking for specific areas or pockets of stress that eventually will turn into some sort of dysfunction. And, as we went through and we did that class, I was like, man, we could do like 10 of these. We could keep going deeper and deeper into vagal tone. For example, when we talked about vagal tone in the beginning, we just talked about it in general and like, how to generally establish vagal tone in the body and some of the areas that it might impact. And then, when we did the tuning into divine calm, we looked at the inner ear, we look at the vocal cords, we look at the neck, we looked at it like all kinds of things. So this being phase two, in the discussions of vagal tone, I would say this is an area that probably doesn't get talked about very much because it's not exactly the vagus nerve, but it's the counterpart. And part of what happens is in the autonomic nervous system, you have action and activity, which is also fight flight, and then you have rest and repair mode, which is also like digesting your food and letting go of emotions and things. And these things kind of push and pull. Like when you're up during the day, you're more in a sympathetic state. It doesn't necessarily mean fight flight, but your action activity, you're doing things. Then you start relaxing and it starts to be the end of the day and you're starting to think about like, okay, I'm going to have my dinner, which you're digesting. And then you're like, I'm going to go to bed soon, which is also the rest part. You're starting to slip a little bit more into the parasympathetic state or, your whatever your vagal tone is, that is your level or degree that you de-stress your body, start to rest, start to digest your food, everything starts relaxing, including your mind, right? So with that, if there's poor vagal tone, right, it doesn't allow you to pull yourself out of that stress state or that activity state, right? So then your body goes into just action and activity, even though you're laying down, your body's still in action and activity. And so it's not just that you go into rest and repair or action and activity. You could say that the body is focused and allocates like energy or resources depending on which state it is. For example, if you're in action and activity in a super stressed state, your body's not going to digest food because you might have to run, you might have to fight, you might, you're doing things, right? And then say something like lymphatic function, where your body's detoxifying and dealing with excess fluid in the cardiovascular system and fighting off viruses and bacterias and cleaning up inflammation and things like that. The lymphatic system is significantly diminished, especially in the detoxification component when you're in more of a sympathetic state, right? And so for your body to go into that cleanup mode, it has to be a little bit more in rest and repair. So it's not just like I'm relaxed, I'm not relaxed. There's certain body processes that happen in each of these states, right? Now, what happens sometimes is over a prolonged period of time of being maybe with poor vagal tone or just being like super stressed out or traumatized, whatever it might be, is you can actually lose tone to the sympathetic nerve, which is tied to action and activity. And once this happens, it causes a whole series of issues as well, including your inability to like function and heal properly. You're prone to like a greater level of homeostatic emotion, with anger, fear, anxiety, things like this. But part of the issue is for us to form memories, right? For us to be able to process something and form a memory, we actually have to have good tone in the sympathetic side of the nervous system. Like if you're in rest and repair mode, you're not really, you might be observing things, but you don't quite form the memory like you would if you're in action and activity. You're actively looking at something, you're processing something, you have your experience, and then eventually it turns into short-term memory, and then some things happen and it turns into long-term memory, right? And so a lot of times with memory issues, is for one, the emotions can be a little bit agitated, right? And if it's not necessarily that there's an excess emotion, it's that there's agitation in the mechanisms that generate homeostatic emotion, right? And again, homeostatic emotion is not about like the emotional body, like how do I feel? It's emotion generated by the body for you to take action and thrive in the environment, right? So if the body is in fight flight and it thinks you're going to have to fight, you get angry so that you fight better. If your body thinks you're going to have to run, then it generates fear so that you run faster, right? It's more like things like that. So when these emotions are being generated, it's hard for the mind to think clearly. When the emotions are agitated, the mind is not as functional. Like the emotions have to be calm for the mind to think clearly and to process things, right? So there's that component. But sometimes what happens when there's poor tone in the sympathetic nerve, which is known as dystonia, right? Dystonia of the sympathetic nervous system, is that it's not that we don't access memories like we should. We don't form memories like we should. Like we might be present when something's happening, but we didn't take the information in to form the short-term memory, right? So what happens is you try to recall something, you go, I just don't remember. Really, probably a more accurate way of saying it is like, I never formed the memory. Like I never formed the short-term memory, right? And so then when it comes time to try to recall something, ah, not a lot there because not a lot got observed, processed, basically like you were active and present with it. And then it turns and converts into short memory. So sometimes what happens is we might be present, but like physically present, but emotionally, mentally, we're not even paying attention to what's going on. Like you just were uh, you weren't thinking about it because your action activity mode didn't have the energy or the juice in your legs to go through and go, oh, that's what that is. Oh, this is the receipt from Costco that I need to save for later. Da 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 da. You just put it somewhere, and then when it's time to remember, you just had an automatic behavior. You just had an automatic, action that you were not cognitively present for. So no memory got formed, right? Now, on a deeper level, what happens once memory is formed in the parasympathetic state, right? In your rest and repair mode or good vagal tone, you can have a memory and maybe you only process so much, but your mind can go there and expand on the information that's there. It's like it can open up the file and go, oh, look, there's all these other things. Even though you might not have noticed it in the moment, if short-term memory got made, eventually gets turned into long-term memory, eventually you can access it with parasympathetic state and look at it and go, when I think about it, I realize there was a blue car next to me, and you go down the road of all these things that can be recalled, because that's what the parasympathetic state does, right? But if that memory never got formed, nothing to work with, right? So here we're going to look at different things that contribute to memory function just from the place of the nerves, the autonomic nervous system. This isn't a full-blown memory class or something like this. We're just looking at this aspect tied to the autonomic nervous system, vagal tone, and then also the tone of the sympathetic nerves, which when it's dysfunctional is referred to as dystonia. So right off the bat, let's talk about calming down those agitated homeostatic emotions, right? This is like when you're faced with an obstacle or you're faced with a difficulty, and instead of going, oh, I'm going to think this out, you get a little bit upset. You get a little bit angry, you get a little bit irritated, you get a little bit annoyed, you get a little frustrated, whatever it might be. There's like an emotional reaction, right? This isn't something that comes from the emotional body or the mental body. It's just a reaction that comes from the body itself, right? And so this is usually a byproduct of fatigue, depletion, lack of tone in the sympathetic part of the nerves. Um, it could be poor vagal tone as well, but basically, how like if somebody came up and you were well rested and everything, and they said, you know, hey, can you help me with this? Can you do me a favor? And, say it's a good friend or something, and you're like, yeah, sure. It might take me, 45 minutes or an hour of my time, but yeah, no problem. And then that same person asks you that same favor when you're tired, you're exhausted, like you just need to go to bed or rest or just like decompress, and they ask you, and it's like your response is completely different. You're a little irritated, you're a little annoyed, you're a little something. It's not a pleasant response. Even though you might be pleasant internally, you're like, why are you asking me this? No, I can't do this. Why? what kind of person asked me this? Like, da 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 da, you go through your whole little thing. Really, what that is agitated homeostatic emotion, but also it's depletion in certain parts of your nervous system. That's all it is. It's not a reflection on your character. It's not a reflection on like who you are or your values or something. It's just fatigue in certain parts of your body. Even the nicest person, that area gets depleted, they kind of lose it a little bit, right? And so we want to kind of be in a place where this part of our nervous system is well balanced. It's strong and it's well balanced because a lot of the autonomic nervous system is just reactions to things, right? It's a reaction to the environment. It's a reaction to how you feel internally. It's a reaction to how you interact with people. It's just all these series of reactions, right? Things that you really don't think about. It's the involuntary part of the nervous system. So it's not a lot of things that you cognitively process. You process the information from this, but you don't make these choices, right? If that makes sense. So, right off the bat, let's have you just close your eyes for a little bit, for a moment, and feel your body, feel your emotions, your mind, and even just reflect on your week. We don't have to go far back. Let's just see how the week was. Okay, so this first thing we're dealing with is in mystical practices, those agitated emotions are referred to as storms, right? So I kind of stayed with, I like that term. It makes sense, Hey, can you help me lift this thing in the garage? And it's a storm, you know? So you have your choices: clary sage, blue cypress, dark blue tansy, German chamomile, Melissa neroli, or in the kit for purchase, it was storms. So first off, just take long, slow, deep breaths. Let's not even follow a pattern. Let's just have you take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just keep inhaling. You're inhaling through your nose and out through your mouth. And just as you inhale this, what do you notice? right? You felt the things coming off your back, right? So here we're not even doing a pattern or something, but Samantha started going, ugh, like she felt something coming off, like her like back hard, back solar plexus area, up higher, like back heart, right? So the back heart being the center for transmutation of emotion, even homeostatic emotion, right? Part of that is a combination with also the Mingmen, the area that's the backside of the navel. And so part of what happens here, this is helping with vagal tone, but it also is helping a little bit with the balance between the two parts of the nervous system. As things calm down, as things soothe, your body starts releasing that excess homeostatic emotion, right? And so we've done things where we've cleared out the emotion. This is not so much about clearing out emotion, is it's calming down the things that generate the emotion. And there is kind of a difference. You know, we still need to clean things up. We still need to clean up the excess emotion in the body because a lot of times, like say anger, for example, like even though, you know, we don't think of ourselves as an angry person, but we have these anger responses in our physiology, it will contribute to a lot of health issues. And, you know, you say something to a person like, well, maybe it's the anger. They're like, I'm not angry, but you might not be mentally or emotionally, but your body is pitching a fit, right? Your body is upset. Like, and there's a difference. There's a reason why they talk about mind-body connection. Is sometimes what your mind's thinking is not what your body is thinking. So we not just have to calm down our mind or our emotions, but we also have to calm down the body, right? We have to soothe the body. And so more than that this is cleaning something out, you could say that this is an attempt to soothe those mechanisms that generate anger and fear and anxiety and right. So the other difficulty in this is this is intertwined with conditioned responses, right? So, like you see a person at work and 3 or 4 times in a row they've done something annoying, you know, then a couple of weeks goes by and you don't really see them or whatever. Then, you know, a month has gone by and you see them again. You now have the conditioned response of like, ugh, this person's annoying. And they might just be coming to you talking about something normal, but because of your past experiences, we have a little bit of a conditioned response. So part of the idea of working with the storms is to also calm down conditioned responses that happen with stimuli in the environment. You know, for me, I go back to this one time I was working for a CEO for a very large company, and he had this huge, amazing office. I mean, it was amazing. You know, for as far as like a corporate office goes, it's like it felt like somebody's cool, hip, like apartment or something. There was like this whole like sitting area, like, you know, it was probably 1,000, 1,500 square feet, and it was just an office. And he wouldn't go into his office. Like he would never use his office. He would go sit by the people who are working in the little cubicles, and he would make these really super important phone calls, sitting in a cubicle next to somebody doing IT work or doing whatever, like this really super small and comfortable cubicle. And so when I saw that, I was like, why don't we go into your office and chat? He's like, no, I don't like to go in there. And I go, like I think I teased him. I go, "Is it haunted?" Because I mean, he was adamant about not going in there. And he goes, "No," and he was just quiet and he goes, I have had to make so many stressful phone calls and had so many stressful meetings that when I go in that room, he goes, I start just freaking out. Like I'm not comfortable, I'm stressed, I'm agitated, I get easily irritated, I get angry, he just went down this whole list. And, at first I was like, well, that sounds like a little PTSD. But like, even if we step back from the idea of PTSD, what you could say is he's had enough bad experiences in that office. That's a beautiful office. Like I went in there, it wasn't like there was a bunch of negative energy where you're like, oh, I hear you. Like that office is a stress bowl. Like, ugh. It was a beautiful office. But he had conditioned responses to being in that office. So we needed to undo the conditioning so that he could go back to that office. It wasn't that something was happening, it's just he had so many bad experiences or so many experiences where he had experienced the storms, the agitation in the emotional body, that soon as he would see the office, he would just go there. He wasn't choosing it, he would just go there. So before we even do the pattern, one of the things that I thought we could do is think of the things that irritate you or annoy you, like in the last week, in the last few weeks. Could be fear, could be anger, could be irritation, agitation, frustration. uh, I don't have time for this. Those kinds of situations. Just like sit and kind of reflect on them. Okay, as you reflect on them, continue to reflect on one and take nice, long, slow, deep breaths with the storm. Hmm. Yeah, you're all yawned. I mean, Samantha's yawned a whole bunch already. And then just pause. Just let it incubate in your body a little bit. Hey, we're going to do the same thing again. Think of the same situation. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths as you kind of concentrate on that situation. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths in through the nose, out through the mouth. You're still taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then again, just pause. What do you start to notice about that situation? We have all these different areas where we might get agitated, but like for myself, maybe not so much now, although it's always a potential, but an area that I used to would get this kind of agitation was areas that like if I needed to do something and I wasn't very good at it. Like if I had to do a bunch of stuff on the computer, I'm not very good at it. So if I had to problem solve something, I would get irritated, frustrated, annoyed. I'd have to take a walk, like, I have to shake this off. Or, you know. Yeah. I remember like this is quite a while ago, but I was repairing something on this house that I was living in at the time, and I didn't know how to do it. Like, so I'm trying to figure it out. I think it was before even you looked a lot of stuff up on the internet. So I was looking at things in a book and like reading it and then trying to do it. I probably took 8 or 9 walks where I just had to walk it off. Like, ugh, like this is so upsetting. This is so frustrating. And then, I finally got it done. I don't even know that I did it completely right, but at least I got it done. And, looking back, it was it was just frustration and anger and, like that stimulation of that kind of response. And, you know, growing up, it was a conditioned response to like when I didn't know how to do things or something, you get judged, you get whatever by whoever. It doesn't really matter. But you just had, I had had negative experiences. And so when I would do something and I didn't do well, uh, you know, I could have my little meltdowns. So we can do spot treatments. You're basically undoing some of the conditioning in these situations. And you can see just inhaling it makes you kind of feel better. Inhaling it, thinking of a situation. Now, if you wanted to deepen the process, you could also inhale it observing the situation, but your awareness is on your forehead and your back head at the same time. So let's still look at that same situation. As you're observing it, your awareness is on your forehead, where the hairline is, and the back of your head. And then take long, slow, deep breaths as you look at a situation. This could even be a situation that you're going through. You're going through some process at work, you're going through some healing process with some issue in the body. Think of the situation at work or the situation in the body. Or if you're having a conflict in a relationship, think of the relationship and just keep inhaling. Mhm. And then just pause and be still. Notice how you feel, your body, your emotions, your thoughts. Notice how you feel as you reflect back on that situation. Do you feel a little differently about it? So let's start doing some of these patterns. So you have your oil or your blend, whichever one, bless you. And begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. So you're inhaling through your nose, out through your mouth. Your awareness is on the sex chakra, which is where the sex organs are. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the low back area, the back side of the navel. So if you go to your navel, follow it through to the back side, you're on your low back, on your spine, opposite your navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, move your awareness to the front solar plexus, that area below your ribs on your upper abdomen. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, you're moving your awareness to the back heart, that area between your shoulder blades. The back heart. Between your shoulder blades, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now you're moving your awareness to the brain. Your awareness is on the brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And your awareness is on your crown, the top of your head. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and let go. You're just letting go for a moment. Now, we're going to begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on your brain. Your awareness is on your brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your spine, your whole spine, from the base of your skull all the way down to your tailbone. Your brain and spine both at the same time. And then the brain and soles of the feet. Now, as you inhale, move your awareness up above your ankles. As you exhale, down into the earth. So inhale up a little bit, exhale down into the earth. And then just pause and be still. Now, as we cycle through the patterns, I also want to spend a little time doing spot treatments. You know, people that maybe, even if it's the past, that were a little bit agitating to you. Like if you can think about them and go, oh, yeah, you remember that person? And you can feel yourself get stirred a little bit. Like, ugh. For me, everybody has different kinds of triggers. But for me, it's usually when somebody intentionally tried to do something to cause me harm. It's not always like, though, they came up and hit you, but they tried to pull some little shenanigans in a group, or tried to manipulate the people around you to do something, or you know like they put thought into causing you harm. You know what I mean? And even though those situations got handled and resolved quite well, still there's a little bit of, that person, you know. And so what I'd like you to do is like maybe think of a couple people like that. But before we start diving into that, let's do a little bit of shares of what's happened already and questions before we do our deeper dive. But in the back of your mind, start thinking of like there's this person, that person, whatever it is, this situation, something that stirs you a little bit. It could even be the news. You look at the news and you're like, ugh, you know, whatever it is. Just kind of have a little bit of a few things that you want to look at and treat. But first, let's do shares and questions before we move on.
And you can unmute yourself. You can type into the chat, or you can raise your hand, however you want to share. Yeah, Robert, you're unmuted. Did you want to share?
Biggie.
Hey, Greg. I know there's always a reason and purpose for everything that's in the kit. So I see a Storm's Thera
Mm-hmm.
How do we use that?
It's a way of just calming down the body. Like, usually I do like a body tonic or an ointment of sorts. But, the Theralution, you can just throw in your body. Like, people put on lotion just to moisturize the skin, but it's also a way to have it be a delivery system to just calm and soothe the body. Like, so you can inhale
Okay.
it, but you can also do a topical thing. And, I don't know. The idea is just if you kind of keep doing it over a period of time, you'll notice that your agitation, your responses, it will change over a period of time. And so, here we're talking about like people and situations, but also another form of agitation in the body is pain. It's so that is not necessarily a pain reliever, but like say you have a bad knee, you have arthritis in the knee, or you tore some cartilage, or whatever it is, right? And so there's some pain, there's some degeneration, there's some inflammation, but also your body is trying to alert you that there is an injury in that area. That's why the pain sensations, they go to the emotions and to the mind and the brain. And so part of the issue with like pain, for example, is it does stimulate like a fight flight response, because there's an injury, there's something that needs to get addressed. And when it's been there for a long period of time, it does start to produce a type of dystonia, like a lack of tone in the sympathetic nervous system. And so the more that we either have poor vagal tone Or if we have really bad dystonia in the sympathetic nervous system, the greater the agitation's going to be, right? And I would say to take it a step further, people who are on opioids, to manage the pain levels, there is a greater potential for the storms. And the reason being, it's not so much, oh, because they're on painkillers, but part of what happens over a period of time with pain is that the body starts getting depleted, right? And part of what happens with opioids is, yes, it reduces the pain and, gives you a little bit of a euphoric feel maybe. But part of what it does is it temporarily offsets the depletion in the body. Like if you look at somebody who's been on an opioid for a long period of time, usually the solar plexus is super, super depleted. And it's very common for them to say, like, I can't get up and start doing things until I take my pills and they kick in. And, some of that might be pain, but some of it is also energy levels. And so in a different way of looking at like, oh, your body's a little bit depleted. Another way of saying that is there's dystonia and there's also probably asthenia, which is depleted nerves. The asthenia is like depleted nerves, like the whole system. Dystonia is specific to that sympathetic part of the nervous system. And so the idea of putting in the Theralotion was just, calming down the body because we have aches and pains, or we're tired, or you don't feel like doing the whole oil process and you just want to lay down and, like sometimes even doing an oil process, I would love to do it. Don't have the juice in my legs to even do an oil process. So then, a body tonic, it's not always something that can be a good replacement. But in this case, I think it's a pretty decent replacement. Being able to just put some lotion on. So you could put it on an area that's a hot spot. You could just put it on your chest and abdomen. You can put it on your low back. Sometimes I put it on like my neck. Like, I just kind of, if I relax my neck or my head, my whole body. Same with my feet, you know, like if I put something on my head, my neck, my feet, I'm out. And
Sort of.
and so you could do some form of that. Yeah.
So, so sort of like wherever we feel called to do it,
Yeah.
even the whole body if we want to.
Yeah. I mean the idea of a lotion is like usually you would put it on like the whole body or at least your hot spots. Ointment would be very site specific. Body tonic would be a lot like a lotion. But the difference between a body tonic and a lotion, I mean, I'm splitting hairs here, but like a body tonic is a bit more penetrating and goes deeper into an area, like closer to the bone, deeper into the system, circulates through the body, where a lotion or an ointment is very site specific and it will linger in that area for a period of time. Where the lotion lingers, the body tonic goes in deep and goes through the whole body. Like, so if you had a bad shoulder, you could put a body tonic in there. It would help, but it also go to other areas of your body and do things in those areas too. But if you put an ointment or a lotion on that area, the essential oil that's in there is going to stay relatively in that area to treat that area. And so if you go to the idea of like even deeper, this starts to get really refined, but you go, okay, there's this jerk at work. Where do I feel it on my body? And it's like, always my neck or always like right here. You just start rubbing lotion on that area as well as doing the oil practice just to deepen the effect.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Like explore it and let me know what you think.
Going to as soon as I mute.
One of the other ones that I like to do, and it's like, oh, it's a weird spot, but the Like we do this with a couple of different blends, but I like to rub it on my calves, like my calves and my shins. For some reason, it's just really super soothing. So,
Okay. I could use that as well.
yeah.
Thank you.
So yeah, you can type into the chat, you can unmute, you can raise your hand. We had a share that put me in such a calm spot. I dropped the Clary Sage bottle 2 times after we started focusing on the brain, then the crown,
Nice.
then the brain and spine.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, it's very calming and very soothing. And so like a lot of times it can be very like general, like, oh, I feel calm, I feel soothed, and I'm shaking off the day or the week or the decade, whatever it might be, right? So in a way this can do that, but this can also be very specific to areas where there can be some sort of agitation or some sort of conditioned response. And so, you can use it both ways. And, we're going to further explore like going through and, as you guys were doing it, I was like, I've done most people, but they're like, can I come up with some others? And I came up with some others. They were a little bit surprising. Like when I tapped into it, I was like, didn't realize I was upset with that person internally. Never really got it expressed, but internally, so like, a couple years ago, we were going deep on talking about like Uncle Bob, which really is just a metaphor for the difficult people in your family. And then it turned into like, just difficult people, be it work, friends, family, whatever. And I use the term Uncle Bob because I didn't want to say the person's name in case my family ever listens to this recording or whatever. And so they know who I'm talking about. I just didn't name them. And so the the idea is like kind of in the vein of Uncle Bob. The Uncle Bob is more of like how we emotionally, mentally kind of process this. This is more of about a body response. It's just a neurological response. And that's the thing that I think is confusing sometimes is we have a neurological response and then it stirs an emotion and it stirs a way of thinking, because it goes up the chain. And we try to resolve it through like kind of processing it mentally, or I just need to get to this place where it doesn't bother me. We think of it as an emotional or mental issue when it could just be a conditioned response in the body. And as much as you do mental stuff and emotional things and whatever it might be, sometimes it's just a body response that needs to get processed. You process that, and all of a sudden your emotions become calmer, and your mind doesn't do the weird repetition and the weird story that it would always do with that person because it's not dealing with the agitation. You see this in people that have had traumatic events or, been in oppressive or abusive situations. They can work through some of the things emotionally and mentally, but they keep getting triggered in these situations. And, you know, it's really a body response. It's not really emotional or mental response. It becomes emotional mental, but it's not generated mentally.
And that person, same person shared, I also have a constant twitch where I roll my right arm, shoulder, and the interaction between shoulder and pec muscle fillings. I'm guessing it's dystonia. Just sharing that. Just wanted to know the difference between
Like you have like a
dys
twitch.
dystensia
Yeah,
and
and so it's like I don't know what it is, but I feel like God, it's almost like a twitch where I'll roll my like right arm and almost like getting the skin muscle underneath that's next to my pec muscle. And I don't know if it's like a compulsion or like it doesn't feel like it's an involuntary like muscle movement necessarily, but it feels like it's just this uncomfort feeling where I constantly, will like roll and flex into it or something. And I don't think it's tardive dyskinesia, but I was also curious the difference between dystonia and tardive dyskinesia in a sense. But then didn't know if you had said something about putting oils on like, that thing. And, I just don't, I'll be honest, I don't know what it's caused. And also sometimes it's like I'll flex the like right side of my neck a lot, which is almost kind of like a muscle twitch in a sense, but
Hmm.
uh
I would actually, I mean, I'd start with doing the Storms blend or whatever single oil you were using there. Like
Clary station, right?
the does it get agitated in certain situations? Like you just do it at work or you just do
Like if I feel any kind of like sense of like discomfort in a sense, it can happen a lot of times riding in the car, or if mentally I start like going down a hole about like worrying about what somebody else might be feeling or thinking, or like I don't know, just traveling down a real like overthinking kind of process is what seems to kind of set it off in a
So
sense.
that's totally storms. Yeah, like that's like you almost like gave like a different description of what that is. Like because like all that thought processes is coming
Yeah.
from some agitation in the body first. And so you know, like how we were talking about, like there you can do like kind of spot treatments, but for this, I would say going through and doing the two patterns, like do it over and over and over again, let things start to calm down, and then you go like, oh, this happens at work. And then like 2 weeks later, you go, oh, it happens with work, but with Bob. Like, you know what I mean? Like you
Right
can
on.
kind of keep going down the rabbit hole. But,
Yeah.
a lot of times, we have because it's not conscious. Like we'll have these kinds of agitations, and a lot of times it's not even that it's emotional. It's that we lost tone in a particular area in the nervous system, and then there's these conditioned responses, and then they just kind of keep building on each other.
Yeah.
And so, like when I first started doing this thing with this particular blend, this was quite a while ago. Like I was like, man, I would do it. It would knock me out. I mean, it would knock me out. And then like about a week went by of me doing, I would do it at night, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna, do some notes and do this, and man, it would just knock me out. And then, like, everything kind of started feeling better, but I would start noticing areas, so then I started working the areas, and it's just kind of, it's kind of how things are. It's like you calm things down, and then it starts to become easier and easier. It's like how pain is in the body. You have all this big area that where there's pain, you start calming down, then you go, it's right here. And then it's like it's smaller, it's right there. Or, something else might arise. Because pain does things like in layers. Like you'll feel the primary part, but you might not feel the second, the third, the fourth areas. And so you resolve pain there, and then you go, God, now my back hurts. It was always
Mm.
hurting. You just couldn't perceive it because the pain in the shoulder was overriding the pain in the back. And then you resolve the pain in the back and you go, now my knee hurts. It's just bouncing around. It was always there. You were always feeling it. It just wasn't registering, right?
Okay.
And so we have that internally, but we also have that externally, right? We have that same idea where like, this thing at work, and then you start coming down things at work, and you're like, it's this project at work. And then you calm that down, and then you go like, uh, it's Bob in that project at work. Like, it's like it kind of keeps going down the rabbit hole. The thing that's also a little like confusing is we could be feeling agitation from 30 years ago. Like it just because we got out of the situation doesn't mean the agitation went away. Your
That's what it seems like a lot.
Yeah, your body is like an elephant, like it never forgets. And so, that's why even the elephant is the symbol for the basic chakra is, yes, it has to do with like strength and, like dynamic activity and all of this, but it also never forgets. Like if you have an experience in the body, then 30 years later, your mind might forget, but your body is like, it doesn't remember all the details. It just remembers, I didn't feel safe. Somebody was coming at me. I was super agitated. I was getting super frustrated with this, whatever. Whatever it is, it gets locked in the body. And so this is a way to like generally unwind that kind of agitation and those responses. And then you can start refining how specific it can be.
Okay, cool. Because like what I'm first thinking about is, I know I do it in the car a ton, and that could be because it's a thinking spot, driving down the
Hmm.
road. But I guess maybe starting off thinking about places I know where I'm doing it a lot. Sometimes I'm in bed, and I guess, and it's an interaction with somebody else, and
Hmm.
maybe like it causes me to, or I start experiencing, just the overthinking in general. And so it'd be kind of like focusing on the overthinking, or
Hmm.
that, as well as the.
I wouldn't even like try like if you have like situations where the overthinking is happening, I wouldn't even try to define it or figure it out. Just use that as like the target and then inhale. And then just like it's like popping a balloon and having it slowly deflate. Instead of going pop, it's just going to go. Psst.
Gotcha.
And so, like, while you guys were doing it, like I was going through my list of, perpetrators, like, you know what I mean? And nobody is like agitating, like none of them are active situations, but they all were kind of the people that I was going through where had a little bit of like maliciousness to them, and I handled it okay, or I didn't, but it's over and it's gone, whatever. And going back, like I don't like think about them. I don't like uh, have thoughts about them, but if I recall them in my memory and I start thinking about them, I can feel my body starts getting a little tight. I get a little bit like, oh, I should have said this. I should have said that. How could they do, like it feels like it's a little unresolved, right? That's actually not emotional or mental. That is your body is like, hey, I still feel unsafe, insecure, something's chaotic, something needs to be resolved. And so we just got to calm down the reaction in our body to that situation. And then if there's something still left there in the emotional or mental body, it becomes easier to process and just work through. Right. But usually it's like a physiological response. It's an agitation.
Yeah.
It's a kind of conditioned response, really, is what it is.
Yeah. So I appreciate that, and that is going to be super helpful to me. And just out of curiosity, with the work I do, in a sense, would tardive dyskinesia and dystonia be any kind of relation, or is that
Yeah,
just
we'll talk about
fairly?
that when we get to dystonia. Yeah,
Okay,
we'll
right on,
talk
cool.
that out. Just so we don't confuse people. Yeah.
So this might also fall in that, but someone's asking, what about when you have dystonia that manifests in tremors?
Yeah, this could be helpful, but sometimes the dystonia, I mean, there's temporary tremors and then there's like kind of the more you strengthen the nerve, the more that potentially the tremors can go away. But it depends on if there's been degeneration in the body and things like that. Yeah.
And would this also be a thing we'd address more when we do the
Yeah. Yeah.
dystonia?
When we get to the dystonia. Yeah.
Is the Storms rollerball to be used on body pain spots?
I mean, it's not a pain reliever, like, but it does calm down areas. And so the rollerball, you could just, roll it on the skin and inhale, but you can roll it on the areas. Yeah, sure. I think I was talking with somebody doing sessions on Thursday and Friday, and somebody had gotten their kit and they said, my knee was hurting, so I put the Storms blend on my knee, the lotion. And, because we had made a lotion for that. And she goes, I wasn't sure if that's what it was for. And I go, how did it feel? She goes, it was very calming and soothing. She goes, the pain went down some, but not completely, but it calmed and soothed things. And if you think of the pain response, part of the pain response is also a reaction in your nervous system. And so again, like it's not really made to be like a pain reliever, like how we think of pain relievers. But if you're in pain, it is calming and soothing to the body, which usually reduces pain. Like the more that you can calm the body down, the more that the pain will reduce. Like a good example is, like, say you're walking down the street and you roll your ankle and you just happen to have a bottle of Tarragon in your pocket, and you sit there and you start inhaling. you know, Tarragon is not a pain reliever. It's for shock. It's for, balancing out the nervous system. And when you have an injury like that, there's a big imbalance in the nervous system that happens that is because of the injury. And if you start inhaling the Tarragon, right when you do it, or, a couple of minutes after, or even an hour later, the pain will go from a 10 to like a 5. And it's not because it's a pain reliever, it's because you calmed and soothed the body when it was in a crisis. And so now it doesn't have to scream and yell at you to get your attention. You're calming it down, you're addressing things, the body starts to relax, the pain reduces. And so, we have physical pain, but we also have psychological pains and agitations and, you know, yeah. So. All right, so how about we'll take a break and we'll come back straight up on the hour and we're going to do more on the storms. Hey, everybody. So we're going to stay on the storms thing. We're going to work that a little bit more. And we're going to do this process again, and we're also going to do some experiments, right? So again, let's do one more time through the pattern, and then we'll do an experiment or two. So begin inhaling with, again, blue cypress, clary sage, dark blue tansy, German chamomile, melissa, neroli, or the storms blend. Your awareness is on the sex chakra, where the sex organs are. Your awareness is on your low back, the backside of the navel. You're on your low back, the backside of your navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The front solar plexus. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus. Below your ribs on your upper abdomen. The back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. And then the brain. Your awareness is on the brain. And then your crown, the very top of your head. And then just pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Begin inhaling, your awareness is on the brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the brain. Your awareness is on the spine. Your brain and spine both at the same time. Your awareness is on the brain and the soles of your feet. And then just let go. Just let it go. Okay, so let's just keep our eyes closed and just be aware of your body. Where do you feel something in your body? An agitation, an irritation, whatever it might be. Wherever you feel it in your body, keep your awareness there. Begin inhaling the oil into that area of your body. Thanks. Your awareness is on your brain and soles of your feet. Oh, I'm sorry. You're on your awareness on your body. Your awareness is on your body. So you can let go of the body and just be still for a moment. Now again, think of you can be like immediate, like things that are active situations or people that might be bothering you now, situations or even pains in the body. Or you can go back, like, still 10 years ago. And when you think of that person, something stirs. Think of a situation or a person. Keep your awareness on that situation or that person and start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just pause and be still. How's that feeling? Okay, let's stay with that same person. Even though it might be feeling a little bit better, let's take it a little bit deeper. This time, your awareness is on your forehead and your back head. You're thinking of the person and you're inhaling the oil. Just pause and be still. Yeah. Yeah. So, just as an experiment, we did it with just thinking of the person and then thinking of the person with the forehead and the back head. And so the reason to use the forehead and back head, for one, that is an area, the forehead especially, for sustained awareness, right? Like when we're focused or concentrating on something, that is actually still tied to, our intellect, but our sympathetic nervous system, right? Action activity. When we switch over to the forehead, it starts to be more about observation, and it's tied more to vagal tone and rest and repair mode. And so in that particular place, we're able to release something. We release it, we process it. There's movement. When we come at it from the point of view of concentration or intellect, it's always going to be repetition and maintaining it. And even in that place when we think, oh, I've gone through and I've dealt with this, I've resolved it or whatever, all you've done is rearranged it and it's still in repetition. You might have made it more comfortable. You might have made it feel a little bit better, but nothing got released. It's in repetition and it's in maintenance, right? So the idea is to be able to shift over to this component of observation. And in that, there's movement. Then we have something spontaneous happen, and we step out of that repetition and something new arises, right? Part of when you put your awareness on the forehead and back head, you're also breaking down like thought patterns, emotional patterns, instinctive patterns. You're breaking down patterns within the body, the emotions, and the mind that are associated with this. So, another way of saying that is you're breaking down conditioning, you know. And so I would do the long process where we have the two applications because that really fortifies the body's ability to reduce the agitation, reducing the agitation in a very general way. But when we have specific situations where you're like, I feel pretty chill, except for, then this idea of focusing in on that situation with the storms is a way to calm down that situation specifically. Now, if there has been long-term agitation in that area, you'll calm it down, but later there might be another aspect that makes it come up again. There is always going down the rabbit hole and things start to come down into more pieces. Like I feel better about this situation except for this area. Right? Like a good example of that is, okay, I'm in a situation and it's a situation that's happened a bunch. And in this situation, I feel trapped, like somebody's talking to me about something at work and they're sending all these weird emails or, whatever it is. Some in my family where I gotta hear the same story over and over and over and over and over and over again, whatever it is. And then you kind of go through and you do the process and you go, oh, I've reduced the aspect of I don't feel trapped. Like, I don't have quite the reaction to being trapped. But as that like unfolds, you realize, okay, the component of feeling trapped might not be there, but a deeper piece of that is maybe that I feel helpless. Like I don't feel that I can break out of this situation. So I went from feeling trapped. As there starts to be movement, I realize, oh, okay, there's a helpless component. So then you start doing the process on, specifically, okay, when I feel helpless, when I feel these situations arise where I'm feeling helpless. And you go through and you kind of calm these things down. Then you go, okay, I don't feel trapped. I don't feel helpless anymore. But I might be in a place where I feel uncomfortable or afraid to express something. So then you go, okay, I might be looking at the same situation, but now it's about expression. Right? And so you go through and you do that. And then you go, okay, the expression comes down. Now I feel like I wasn't valued, I wasn't seen, I was abandoned, whatever it might be. And so a lot of times in our mind, I'm going back to memory, there's this event. But even in that event, there's a lot to unpack. There's a lot to unfold. And so when we look at these particular situations, yes, there's a situation that is agitating, right? Or, a person that did something, whatever it might be. But as you start to unpack it, when there starts to be movement, it will start to shift and change. It won't just be, the person, Uncle Bob, that traumatic event at work, whatever it is, right? It will start to move. And as it starts to move, there's all these little pieces that kind of came together to be that event. When we think about it with our mind, we just go to what the intellect labeled it as. But as we kind of open up that book and we start going through the pages, you go, there's all kinds of chapters in this book. It's not just a book about auto repair. There's the transmission, there's the carburetor, that you start going through all these different pieces. So what I'm saying is when there's been a situation that's been long standing, or it's associated with a pattern, as you start to unwind it, there's more there than meets the eye. It's not just the event itself. There's all these nuances within that. We're very simple and very complicated both at the same time. And these situations are usually nuanced, but the intellect doesn't really see the nuance. Just kind of grinds on whatever detail it's going to grind on. Or it's going to label something so that it can be resolved in the mind. That's why awareness is important, because awareness is tied to the movement. You start walking your way out of these situations, there's all these little pieces. Yeah. So with that, go back to your situation and for a moment, just observe. Did something else arise? Did something else become clearer? And then your awareness is on your forehead and your back head. And you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. Just let it sink in for a moment. Okay, let's have shares or questions. You can unmute yourself or type in. How did that feel to you? How did that feel to you, man?
Feel good now.
Yeah, it's stronger with the forehead and the back end.
Yeah, and I felt a big release the first time we did forehead, back head, like something released out of the base, like
Mm.
out of my tailbone base
Mhm.
area. And after that release, being able to like everything felt a little like
Mhm.
it felt better.
Mhm.
Something. Yeah, go ahead, Denise.
Hey,
And
Good
you
morning. Good morning. I wanted to just ask you, would you clarify the back head? I know that it was moving things into observation, but what does the back head do?
helps you process things.
Okay, well, good.
Yeah.
And then what's in storms? Is it kind of a combination of, Melissa?
Yeah, it's Melissa, Neroli, Clary Sage, like all those oils that were listed as single oils.
Yes.
Yeah, that's storms.
I
Yeah.
was kind of a
That
guess.
doesn't always happen. Like it's like a lot of times, like there's like a primary, and then there's things that like augment. But that one just across the board, I was looking at, I was like, all those single oils work as the same. So it's pretty much that's the formula. I mean, it's ratios, but you know,
Yeah, is there a lot of Melissa? Is there a lot of Melissa?
not a
in
lot of
there?
Melissa, a lot of Neroli. Yeah.
Oh, and those are
Yeah.
those are two that really hit home for me. So I may
Yeah.
have to order that one.
Yeah.
Thank you. No, I have
It's
two
super
things that are,
soothing. Like
you know,
it's
oh, it's helpful.
there's so many things that are soothing, and I started carrying it like when I travel because you know
Yeah.
last trip we were flying out of one airport, and then the weather was bad and our flight we were going to get delayed, and there was all this thing, so we Ubered to another airport and I rebooked another flight. And we were sitting in the airport and everybody was talking on their speakerphone, and kids were playing video games just with the volume cranked, and it was just so overstimulating where you're just like humanity like and pulling out the storms thing, like none of it was directed at me, but it was just like a radiatory effect. I'm in a situation where it's just super overstimulating, even with us moving, it was raining really bad. Lightning was striking, the ground like at the airport. We weren't sure we're going to be able to go. At one point, one of the planes caught on fire that were sitting there, wasn't like big flames, but it started smoking really bad, and the fire department had to come out, and it was just one of those days, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
And yeah, I was
sorry.
just like, I must just smell my storms and just, because also we wanted to get home. We had stuff to do and everything, and it was just turning into a crazy long day. And so, yeah, it's like there's another perfect example of that is really, you could say the root of it was we were tired and we wanted to get home. And then there was all these difficulties that were arising. And, working the blend there, it just kept taking the edge off. And, because there was nowhere where we could go to get away from it. It was just we were in it. So it's like, let's not, get ourselves all worked up over it. But it was, it wasn't even like bad things were happening. It was just super overstimulating. Like it was,
Yeah.
I can't even express how overstimulating it was. And it took down the overstimulation.
I only laugh because the last time I went to England, there was a volcano after I landed, so it changed
Oh yeah, that
plans,
would do
right?
it.
Yeah. Not only that, so now the planes aren't flying, so I can't get into Ireland. And then my aunt
Right,
died, and I mean, there was just so many things. Just
right,
exactly. I only wished I had storms at that point.
right.
I mean, I had nowhere to
And
turn.
life throws you curveballs sometimes.
Yeah,
Like who would have thought?
I
And
know.
um, it's just
Storms might have to be on that
it,
traveler's list for sure.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's
or every day.
I have things like for the immune system but I mean, you know, if you look at everybody like on a plane or something, most people are agitated. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like we're just sitting there. It's not like we all like, okay, we all have these tasks that we have to do on the plane. We're just sitting there, but just because of the travel and the displacement, everybody's agitated. And so, there's already that. And, I never really feel that agitated on a plane, but when those situations start to get overstimulating, or it usually happens when I'm tired. Like if I'm tired, I start to go to a dark place, and like, ugh. And, it helps calm that stuff down.
Thank you, Greg.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah,
Thanks for creating this.
yeah, my pleasure.
Someone shared during the process major insight just now.
Oh, good for you. Yeah,
And some questions
sure.
about the last exercise. Focus on the head was compared to the sympathetic nervous system in the front and back of the head with the parasympathetic, or was it front of the head sympathetic and the back of the head
Yeah.
parasympathetic?
Just when you do the forehead, back head, it's stimulating to awareness, which is, it takes you more into the rest and repair mode or the parasympathetic. You know, usually when we're looking at these things, we start off in an intellectual uh, viewpoint, and the idea of going from forehead to back head is you break down all the stuff that patterns or the way the mind, labeled it and decided this is the value and da 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 da. It just breaks down all that kind of story and makes it about your perception, like what's been more accurate. And it also calms down the body. So just the act of the forehead and back head itself is helpful. But then you add the oil and it's like it doubles or triples. Yeah.
Thank you. I might have picked the difficult one. I haven't felt the release. Do I need to repeat the cycle
Yeah,
again?
if it's something difficult, I mean that happens. And you know, there's small fish and then there's big fish. And if you picked a big fish, you'll probably need to do it over a bunch of times. You know, there's a couple big fish in my past, and you know, like I feel like I'm in a pretty good place, but every once in a while they say something or do something or I remember something, and I'm like, ah. And you know, you take it a little bit deeper, and it's kind of like that idea of I feel trapped. Now I feel helpless. Now I feel like I can't express. Now I feel abandoned. Like a lot of times when you start to have movement, we think of the situation. Here's the best way to think of it. We think of these situations, even the person, as a thing, right? But really, there's a lot more going on than it's just a thing. And as we start to generate movement and it starts to break up, it shifts from just being a thing to all these like little aspects and nuances and processes. And so when you're hitting something big, you're still having to crack the shell of what the intellect, like how it managed it or how it defined it. And so, you know, you just kind of keep practicing it. But then when it starts to go, and this came up, and that came up, and then there's this feeling, and you know, there's just these different things. You've cracked the shell, and now you're unwinding the different pieces. It's never just one thing. It's never just one thing. Intellect would like you to think so, but it's never just one thing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And go ahead, Brenda.
Hey, Brenda.
Hey, this was interesting. I would forehead, back head. It was like the ache would go back and forth between the two, but now it's settled in the back of my head and feels like something I've felt before and we've talked about. And
Right.
I'm wondering, do I just continue? What do I need to do? Is it in process?
For you specifically, I would inhale the storms on your arms and legs.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think that should do it. And then if it doesn't, like after break, let me know. But that should do it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Even if you have I don't know if you got the kit, but if you have the kit, rub the lotion on the arms and legs.
I don't have the kit, but I have some of the individual oils. I've been going
Perfect. Just inhale them on the arms. Yeah.
Okay.
Arms and legs. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're so welcome.
Someone shared Storm's lotion is yummy. I put it legs, arms, and low back during the break. It does feel very calming to the painful areas. I became aware of pain in my left temple over the left ear and something about pain along the ear canals.
Hmm.
Is someone telling me I need to listen more carefully, or do I have something going on in the ears physically?
Somebody's probably trying to tell you something, and it's your neck and your upper shoulder. It's going ah ah. It's probably your neck and shoulder. Yeah. Like so, I'd rub it on that side of the neck, and especially this area, like right where the neck and shoulder kind of come together. It's most likely that, you know.
So for the storms, when in a situation like traveling, just inhalations without a specific pattern, or would you apply to the body anywhere specific?
If you could, I'd do the two patterns, but like I go back to my little time in that airport. Um, I didn't do the pattern. I just inhaled the forehead, back head, and I looked around at all the people that were just being super like rude and obnoxious. And then after a little bit, I was just like, okay, it's just people. And like Samantha and I started talking about it because I wasn't saying anything, and Samantha like turned at me and she was like, "Have you noticed that like people in the airport are acting bizarre?" Because it's not usually our experience. And I was like, "Oh my God, yeah!" Like, I was like tired and I was like on my last nerve. And I was just like, after I did the storms and I kind of calmed down the agitation, because that's all it was. It was agitation. I was tired and I was getting agitated really easily. And I looked around and I was like, if I got up and started going over to people and go, could you turn, put on your headphones or turn that down? They wouldn't even know what I was talking about. Like it wasn't like they were doing it maliciously. It was just a bunch of people who probably didn't travel very much. They were just doing what they do anywhere and being around a bunch of people in tight quarters. They weren't thinking it out, and they would have just looked at me like I was the man on the moon. Like they would just been, you know. And I came to that when everything got calmed down. When I was tired and getting agitated, I was just like, what are these people doing? I can't believe everybody is being, so obnoxious and rude. And then when I looked around, when I calmed down, I was like, they just don't know. Like, and even if I pointed it out and politely, they wouldn't have gotten it. And so, the only thing I could do is calm down the agitation, which I did. But it took me what, like 10 or 15 minutes. Like it was like I was ready, like we're over in a car and we'll drive home. It'll take 2 days. That will feel better to me. Like I was, I was on my limit. It's funny now, but in the moment it was not funny.
The person with the ear, neck shoulder thing, they said, okay, thanks. I missed those areas.
Yeah.
And then they're asking, was the odd behavior of the people due to the storms, like self-soothing from fear, or was your awareness heightened because you need?
Well, I just had spent a whole weekend doing like ceremonies and stuff, and so like I'm already in a super expanded state, and I was tired, and it was an airport that we don't normally fly out of. Um, the one that we went to and flew out of, we were going to get stuck because of weather, so we went to a different one, and I would say it's just the nature of that airport. You know, I I have flown out of there before and I had had similar experiences. So, it is what it is.
And I wanted to kind of not comment on the person who was like, oh, I didn't have like something happen. The first time we did the process, I focused on something that was easy, like something I'm having a little bit of a thing about, but an easy one. And I was like, oh yeah, the storms really soothed it pretty quick. So I was like, okay, I'll go to a tough one that I've worked for years now. And when you had us take kind of that break or just like
Mhm.
whatever, and you were talking and you were like, yeah, it's just, it's like this little layers of this. And
Mhm.
like, I feel a lot better right now. I had that release, but I'm like, that was just a little layer of this,
Yeah, it does.
like it, I'm not like, oh, like that situation is
It's
like,
amazing. It's better, but it's not amazing. But a lot of times it's like, you're going through different aspects of it. A lot of times these situations were years in the making. And so, you're kind of just going through and processing all that conditioning that happens with that. And it takes a while. Doesn't mean that it's never going to happen. It keeps getting better and better and better.
and it does.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I think those were the questions and shares.
Well, let's take a break. Actually, let's go ahead and break for lunch. We'll break for lunch. We'll come back at 1:45, and then we'll move to the next segment. And so have a good lunch, and then we'll come back and we'll deal with overstimulation of the sympathetic nerves. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. Okay, so we are on the top of page 6, and we're looking at segment 2, stress mechanisms. And here I would say this is like a super stimulated or hyperreactive group of the sympathetic nerves. You know, when that part of the nervous system is just super stimulated or hyperreactive. And so we want to go through and be able to calm these things down, you know, because sometimes even when we do relaxation techniques, or we might even improve vagal tone, but if the sympathetic nervous system is very overstimulated or hyperreactive, we shift out of it kind of quickly. So this kind of has a regulating effect and helps to shift the, you know, the stress response. There's a lot of different ways that we could go at the stress response. We could go at it, we could spend 2 days just talking about the stress response. But here, you know, we're doing a 1 day thing. In this process, it's a good way just to kind of fire through and bring regulation to the system and help treat the dystonia and the asthenia that we'll be talking about next. So in your kit for purchase, it was relaxation, but we have several choices here: frankincense, galbanum, cedars work, but especially Himalayan cedar and Japanese cedar, Palo Santo, Sitka, and the Taiwanese cedar, and then also white spruce. So let's go ahead and find the oil that you're going to use. And once you do, just begin inhaling it. First, just take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause. We're just going to pause and be still. Notice how that started to make you feel. Now we're going to work in an area that's tied to kind of that initial like response, that stress response. So it's tied to instinctive responses. So you're going to begin by inhaling with the sixth chakra, which is tied to instinctual responses. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still on the sex chakra. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And now move your awareness to that low back area, the backside of the navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still on the Mingmen, which is the low back area. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then just pause and be still. So we're going to go through and we're going to do that again. Like the key to the stress mechanism is really working those two pieces, the sex chakra and the Ming Men. You know, the sex chakra is tied in Kabbalistic teachings, it's tied to the foundation, it's tied to how we create in the physical world. You know, it's tied to how we socially interact, how we react to things in our environment, right? So in again, Kabbalistic teachings, the sex chakra is the lowest aspect of our emotional responses. You know, it's like the most primal reactions. It's also tied to just regular instinctive responses. So a lot of times when we look at a stress response and we get like say triggered, right? The triggering is the sex chakra and then also the Ming Men, which is tied to your adrenals. You get some sort of stimuli that you're reacting to, then the adrenals get kicked in and we go into this like triggered state, right? So with that, we're going to do a few cycles of the sex chakra and the Ming Men. So still using whatever oil you're using. Again, your awareness is on the sex chakra. Good. I'm glad it's your awareness is on the sex chakra. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still on the sex chakra. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then move your awareness to that low back area, the back side of the navel, the Ming Men. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're on the low back area. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. How's this feeling to you? Mhm. And then just pause and be still. So this is what I would say. Like I was just asking Samantha, I was like, how does that make you feel? Like just going back and forth between the sixth chakra and the Ming Men. And, you know, this isn't going to completely eradicate triggers, but it will reduce it. You know, like before we were talking about an agitated state, this is also a contributing factor. And, you know, we have those little things that happen where we get triggered because of some past conditioning. You know, once the nerve kind of fires in that particular way, it becomes easier and easier to go down that road. Like once you kind of get triggered a few times by something, it starts to become easier and easier to get triggered. And so this is like an unwinding of that. You know, it's different than the aspect of the storms, but it's still in the kind of the same vein a little bit. And I would say this can just be, you know, an accumulation that happens over a period of time. You know, you're pushing, you're maybe a little tired, you have deadlines, you're juggling a bunch of different things, you know, you're multitasking, and little by little, you know, we get tired and we keep pushing even though we should be stopping or resting or whatever. It doesn't have to be a traumatic event, is basically what I'm saying. It could just be you got a little overworked, or you had a really busy vacation where you should have been relaxing, but it was just a lot of activity. And, you know, we start pushing through that aspect of I'm tired, but I'm gonna keep pushing, right? And in a situation with a person like I've had it, like I'm at my threshold, but I'm going to keep pushing. The body then produces a little bit of low grade adrenaline to try to keep you from like falling asleep while you're driving the car or whatever it is. Like it gives you a little bit of energy. It's not like a fight flight response like I gotta run, gotta fight. It's more of like here's a little adrenaline to kind of keep you going, and then over a period of time you become more and more dependent on it, and at some point the body's just always in that sympathetic state. And so, eventually what happens is it turns into you're running yourself down. Like you're starting to wind down, and it's not like something that we choose, but a lot of times it's external stimuli. It's, social demands, or we have an employee. Remember, she said something very interesting the other day. She's this young person and she was talking about interacting somewhere. And she goes, my social battery was used up. And, I didn't say anything. I was like, I love that term, social battery, because, like how sometimes you're doing something and you're socializing, and then all of a sudden you're just like, I'm tired. I'm tired of, it's not that I'm tired of the people. Like, I just don't have any more juice. I don't have the energy to interact anymore. I just need to decompress. And when she said social battery, remember when she said that? I was like, that's an amazing thing. That's what a term that really describes it quite well. And so, you know, I would say this is tied to those things. This is one that I do kind of often where I'm tired, but I'm going to keep pushing because if I get this done, then something else I can do, or I can rest later or whatever. So I'm very conscious of it. So I try to do maintenance for it, but it also is very easy to push too hard or too long and just not have the juice in your legs. Eventually, this will accelerate the aging process if it's not managed. So you want to kind of keep on top of this so that your body doesn't age at a much more rapid rate than normal. Right? So this idea of going back and forth between the sixth chakra and the Ming Men, even if you didn't do application B, which is kind of a transmutation process of flushing out the stress and helping you to not go there on an even deeper level. This idea of going back and forth between the sixth chakra and the Ming Men will really help calm down the tendency to get triggered in situations. One or two times of doing it is nice, but really, if you do it kind of consistently for a while, you'll notice in situations I would get super stressed, and now I might feel a little bit of stress, but I'm not reacting like I used to. Like my response is different. And that's what we're shooting for. We're shooting for a different response, right? So we've done it a couple times, so we're going to still do it a few more times. So again, you're inhaling, your awareness is on the sex chakra. Still taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the Mingmen, the low back area. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause. Pause and be still. Just be still. Okay, how about we do the transmutation process? and then we'll come back to that. So start inhaling. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. Move your awareness to the back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart. You're on your back heart. You're moving to the back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. And then the crown, the top of your head. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the crown. And then just pause and be still. You're just being still for a moment. Let's do another round of that one. You're inhaling. Your awareness is on the sex chakra, or you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. Your awareness is on the back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. And then the crown. Your awareness is on the crown. Just pause, be still, and let go. Notice how you feel, your body, your emotions, your thoughts. Hey, we're just going to do a couple more cycles of the application A. So you're inhaling, your awareness is on the sex chakra. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're on the sixth chakra. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're on your low back. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. How's that feeling for you? Just kind of nice and relaxing. Hmm. So let's go ahead and do shares and questions. Unmute yourself, type in. Let's just talk this part out a little bit. I think you're really starting, like Samantha said, like the more that we did the sex and Ming Men, it kept getting more intense, like more relaxed or more something was happening. Something was happening.
Every time we went to the Ming Mang, I got tired though, so like
Yeah.
I'm like extra like fatigued feeling.
Right.
Because should have ended on the other one, Greg. I'm just
Mm.
kidding.
But it just might mean you're kind of running a little adrenaline and
Just
like
a little bit.
low level adrenaline.
Yeah. And go ahead, Denise.
Hey.
Hi. Okay, so the first part A,
Mhm.
kind of really is observation, bringing things up, because I have two really big things that are really, I can't quite get past. So, and then the transmutation kind of flushes it out somewhat and brings it up.
Yeah,
Is that
exactly.
correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It kind of stresses, flushes the stress that's accumulated in the body and kind of regulates your ways of like regulating what is potentially a stressful event. I mean, like I said, we could go all weekend talking about stress, but this is just like hitting a targeted thing, to do like a kind of a quick treatment on some of these things. And so, I mean, it's pretty effective. If you do it kind of over and over again, it does make a difference. It really does.
Well, I could start following you more and not getting lost in it. So that means I was starting, I think, and it was moving a little further away from me as we've gone along, which is
Right,
really, really good. Very
right,
good.
right.
And um,
Like Samantha was making the comment, she goes like when we were on the sex chakra, she felt like she could get things done, and then we'd go to the Ming Men. She was like, start to fall asleep, and then we go to the sex chakra, and she's like, okay, I can do these things, and like maybe even a little bit different perspective, and then we go to the Ming Men, and she was like, I'm going deeper to sleep. But that's the thing is. We live in a time where the pace is very fast, and with everything thrown at us, social media, things in the news, how quickly things change, how polarized everything is out in society, it's very overstimulating. It's very, very overstimulating. And so it would be a very easy statement to say most people are running on a little low grade adrenaline. You know what I mean?
mhm.
They're like they might not be super overstimulated, but they're partially overstimulated. And after a while it does take its toll.
Oh, completely.
Yeah.
You can see that with driving even,
Yeah, sure.
Um, I was just gonna ask, so if I still get, because I've got a couple of things that are just up and one is really more fresh. Should I use the mugwort a little bit? Just because you said if somebody's kind of grinding on you, would that be a
Yeah,
good?
mugwort could be good, but like also like here, if we even just look at this situation, Palo Santo could be quite nice.
That's what I used the last few times, and I
Yeah,
love that Palo
yeah,
Santo.
yeah. Palo Santo is good for a lot of things.
Okay, that
So
must have,
like you could easily throw Palo Santo at that.
thank you. Thanks, Greg.
You're so welcome.
Someone shared first part more relaxed, some part more agitated, ... Also very tired, heavy combo.
Yeah. The tired thing is like your adrenals are calming down. So now it's like you were running on a couple of cups of coffee during the day and you're like, yeah, I got this together. And then somebody said, let's just withdraw those cups of coffee. And I was like, ugh, yeah, I'm maybe a little tired. And anytime you calm down the adrenals and that sympathetic nerve, the tendency is you get like, oh, I feel a little tired, I feel sleepy, I feel a little heavy, I feel, you're not having that adrenaline and hormones being stimulated to animate you. It'll pass, but your body has to go through the repair mode, like a little more rest. And I mean, there was a time where for me, I mean, I calmed down my adrenals. This is embarrassing to say. It took me a couple months to recover. Like I calmed them down. I was just like, soon as I calmed down, I'd also been doing a lot of caffeine. I was like, I was traveling every weekend, and this is, I don't know, maybe 15 years ago. And I reduced the caffeine and started calming down my adrenals, and I was like, oh my God, I'm exhausted. I just you couldn't tell, but when I calmed down the adrenals and stopped using caffeine as much, I was sleeping way longer than before, and I was taking naps, and the body was really tired.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
So at the beginning, let me just read it. I feel kind of jittery. And they said I was working some more people from the prior section just before we started. And then calm down. And they said, I don't think I've ever gotten this deep on the sex chart.
Oh, good. Yeah. You know, here's the thing with the sex chakra. It's also tied to like truth. Like, if you look at it from the Kabbalistic point of view. And an even deeper dive on a deeper regulation. This has nothing to do with sex. It has to do with that chakra. A deeper dive is the more that that is regulated and purified, not so much about the sexual part, just that chakra. The tendency is for greater forms of realization and greater levels of perception. Like you have the ability to have much clearer thought, significantly clearer thought.
Yeah, because after they said very present,
Mm-hmm.
a little racy, crown is very buzzy, but the body feels
Yeah.
relaxed.
Yeah, God, good for you.
I think those were the shares and questions.
Okay. So how about we'll take a break and we're going to come back and start talking about asthenia, which is basically like a kind of fatigue. And so we'll come back at 10 after. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. And we're talking about asthenia. So, like a way to say asthenia in a different way is just fatigue or depletion. But asthenia usually is very specific to depletion in the nerves. So you could say things like chronic fatigue syndrome is an extreme form of asthenia. We used to call chronic fatigue syndrome neurasthenia, actually, but as time went by, they gave it a different name. But basically, you're dealing with a depleted aspect of the nervous system, not the whole thing. Hold on. My notes are like being a little weird, sorry. Not the whole nervous system, but just like a piece of the nervous system. And so we want to go through and strengthen this aspect. We want to like fortify it. It's not necessarily stimulating, it's more like toning or strengthening. And the reason why this is an issue is when we have asthenia, for one, there's a lot of fatigue, malaise, how you're just like, I don't feel like doing anything. You could even start to say certain forms of depression can be like a form of asthenia. But two of the big pieces of asthenia are memory problems and brain fog. I mean, those are two big signs of asthenia. And, asthenia has like levels or degrees. It's not either like on or off. Like sometimes we might have a low grade asthenia, or we could have like chronic fatigue syndrome and fibromyalgia. And so, the thing that I would say about the fatigue, it's not just like, oh, I'm tired. It's like persistent fatigue. Like you get some rest, you wake up, you're like, God, I'm still tired. Or I fatigue very quickly in the day. You start to have not very good stamina. Like your endurance or your stamina throughout the day reduces quite significantly. And I would say there's even a sensation of heaviness in the limbs, and there is starts to be like a kind of muscle weakness, like you just start to lose strength in you know the skeletal muscle, but you can also start losing like tone and strength of the digestive tract, of the respiratory tract, of the urinary tract, anything that's muscle, the cardiac muscle, like you start to use lose the strength in those particular areas. So brain fog, memory problems, mental fatigue, where you just get tired and burned out, you have a hard time like cognitively processing things. The general malaise, I would say, is just a feeling of I just don't feel good. I feel unwell. I feel just uncomfortable. Like even though everything, you got rest, you're in a good environment, and you're just like, "Bah, I still don't feel good." That is asthenia. Uh, Asthenia will also um, increase the difficulty getting good sleep, falling asleep, staying asleep. It's tied to certain kinds of insomnia. And when you wake up, you don't feel rested. It's even though you got 8 or 10 hours, you had very unrestful sleep. Doesn't mean you were tossing and turning, doesn't mean you were kind of awake. You could be deep asleep and then you wake up and you're like, still don't feel that great, right? Other things can be muscle pain, joint pain. There can also be sense of dizziness or lightheadedness that can happen with asthenia. And so, you know, if you're starting to display some of these symptoms, it doesn't necessarily mean that you have asthenia, but it probably does mean that the nerves are impacted at least a little bit, right? So we want to hmm, go through and treat this. Another set of signs is loss of appetite. You'll have loss of appetite and breathing difficulties. Not necessarily like, oh, I got bronchitis. It's just um, like a hard time catching your breath. Like you get winded really easy or you get out of breath really easy. It's a form of asthenia. So, okay. So with that, we have lemongrass, oregano, ravensara, rosemary, sage, savory, tarragon. And then we also have the blend that was for this kit, asthenia. Okay, and just this breathing pattern where you go front heart, forehead, back head, and then reverse it, back head, forehead, back heart, front heart. Just doing this breathing pattern, even without the oils, is very strengthening to this aspect of the nerves, right? It helps to calm and fortify the nerves in the sympathetic nervous system. Yeah, it's nice though. Huh? Yeah. Yeah, so a lot of times when we inhale the oils, you go, oh, this feels relaxing. I feel calmed. I feel soothed. These are going to be more toning and fortifying. So you might feel a little bit relaxed, but a lot of times I just feel like my body's been strengthened. Like it doesn't feel like I'm more relaxed or something like that. So anyway, so you have a single oil or the blend. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the front heart. Move your awareness to the back heart. Your forehead, your awareness is on your forehead. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your forehead. And then your back head. Your awareness is on your back head. And then just pause and let go. Yeah, we could put oregano. Yeah, sorry, like my notes sometimes are a little old school. In the single oils where it says oregano, that's the medical aromatherapy way of saying oregano. So I didn't correct it. My apologies. So you can use oregano. You're on the back head. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your forehead. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The back heart. The awareness is on the back heart. You're on the back heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And the front heart. Your awareness is on the front heart. And just pause and be still. Pause and be still. Uh, Let's go ahead and start inhaling again. Same oils, front heart. Your awareness is on the front heart. Back heart. Awareness between the shoulder blades. Your awareness is on the back heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the forehead. Your awareness is on the back head. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the back head. And then just pause and let go. Just pause and let go. And begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the back head. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The awareness is on the forehead. Awareness is on the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the front heart. Awareness is on the front heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And that's felt to you back. Okay, so let's go ahead and pause, take a break. We're going to do another cycle of it, but I thought we'd talk about it in between. So if you want to do shares or questions. Now, what I would say in treating asthenia, especially if you have lightheadedness that kind of comes on a regular basis, if you're having brain fog, if you're having memory difficulties of any sort, not just like, oh, I'm tired and I can't remember today or something, but it's starting to be a thing that happens more progressively. Sometimes this is just also wear and tear over the years. And so it's not something that just happened. It's been sneaking up on you for a while. So the reason I say that is treatment usually isn't just you treat it once or twice and you're like, I feel amazing. This is something where you got to treat for a little while. You're strengthening the body. You hope to tonify the body, and it's not something that happens overnight. It can be something that takes, a little while to do. Anything sort of memory oriented treatment wise usually takes a little while. 30 days, 60 days, um, in cases of chronic fatigue syndrome and things like that, it might take consistent treatment for a few years. It's not something that just happened overnight. The cases that I have seen it happen very quickly is usually some extreme viral infection or bacterial infection, substantial injury, things like that. A psychological event that, a person got really upset or really traumatized by something. But anyway, shares or questions, you can unmute yourself or type in.
Yeah, go ahead, Barbara.
Hey, hey.
Hey there. This was an interesting one. I started with Ravensara, and at the end of it, my head was really, really congested, particularly in the prefrontal cortex and the back of the skull. So I did Sage for the second round.
Mm-hmm.
And with the sage, I felt all these little twinges down the left side of my spine, like I assume they were nerve impulses, and around my left shoulder blade, and a few in my left
Oh,
arm, and a few in my left leg.
yeah.
And I'm wondering if it has anything to do with the fall I took on the left side of my tailbone. If
Oh, probably. That
that
makes
just came
sense.
to me a
Yeah,
few
yeah,
minutes
yeah.
ago.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah. So
And the congestion early on, was that just an accumulation?
it could be. I mean, you tend to have things in the prefrontal cortex a little bit anyway.
Oh, yeah.
And so, like, just some excess energy, also could be releasing things, also kind of shifts things. I think Samantha's been having releases through this whole process, which,
Yeah.
you really wouldn't think of that's what it is. But when things start working better, it starts going, let's take out the garbage, let's clean out the closet. Let's, like, it starts doing things.
Yeah,
And
there's a lot of
so,
that in the
yeah.
previous round.
I will say, remember when we were talking about your mom? Like some of these with the asthenia and the dystonia crossed my mind.
Yeah,
I'm still happy with what we put forward, but
it crossed mine too as I read through them.
yeah, it's like you know, the thing that I would say is that sometimes it's like a condition like dystonia or asthenia can happen because of medications. That is one of the things that can happen. And so I still like what we were doing to go through and treat, but depending on how she reacts over the next month or two, this might be something that we visit.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
She had several of the symptoms, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I still think it was the statin, but oh well.
we're getting through the cataract surgery first, and then we'll
Yeah,
talk to
exactly.
Dr.
Perfect.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Yeah, go ahead, Kat, or maybe Ananda.
Hee hee.
Let's get you unmuted.
Hi.
Hello.
I just wanted to say thank you for this whole session. It's incredible. And the asthenia thing specifically, pretty much every symptom that you described has been my experience for way too long. But I wanted to share about the storm and the relaxation one earlier. Um, this morning when we started the session, I was a complete wreck. Like I've just had to deal with so many crises on top of each other. It was like a sandwich of multi-layered crises on top of each other this past week. And I got here and I was so like, yeah, just totally stressed out. Um, and as soon as we started the rounds, both with the storm and the relaxation, um, I've just been feeling so serene. Like I didn't even think it was
Oh,
possible to
good.
make
Yeah.
such a massive shift in such a
Yeah.
short amount of time.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just feel like a different person than the person I arrived. So I just wanted to say
I think
thank
that's
you.
a perfect example of, like, being in all those things. Like you said, you're in stressful events and the triggers start happening and the agitation starts happening. And, it's not like, oh, emotionally or mentally I can't handle it. It's that our body is the thing that's like, goes through its processes. And even if we can calm our mind and our emotions down, the body still needs its help. And
Yeah, yeah,
as soon as you calm the body down, it's amazing how quickly your emotions and mind go, it's all good. Like it
right.
really, really does.
I was like,
Yeah.
I'll handle it somehow.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
I've
yeah,
been, yeah,
right. Good for you.
yeah, thank you. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, my pleasure. And so, kind of the way that I set them up, like storms, then like the relaxation blend with the stress mechanics, and then the asthenia, it's they kind of lead into each other, like one kind of contributes to the next one that contributes to the next one. And so, the thing that I would say, especially about the first two, how is not most people in that state with everything going on in the
Yeah.
world?
Yeah.
Like, how are we surviving this
Yeah.
and not
Absolutely.
like just going to crazy places or just being wiped out?
Yeah.
And eventually it does turn into that kind of fatigue or that asthenia. And then asthenia will eventually contribute to the different kinds of dystonia. And so, like you have tools to kind of calm things down, but like if you've been having asthenia for a while, you just treat it for a while and you'll notice that after a while your body just keeps getting a little stronger, endurance starts improving. And you know uh I had a teacher that when he taught and he did ceremony, he was very mobile when I mean, it involved this whole process. And, he would do this kind of movement in the process. And, he had to have a surgery, later in life. And that surgery really caused a lot of asthenia. Like I noticed that like he'd start moving around and he'd lose his breath really easy. And, it's like he'd get dizzy a little bit and he'd have to sit for a while and he just lost his stamina. And it was really a surgical event is what did it. And he needed the surgery. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that he shouldn't have done the surgery, but sometimes it's a slow roll and sometimes it's just some weird event that happens and it throws your body into that state of asthenia. And then, over a period of time, it starts to affect the nervous system in ways that even start to get like a little worse and a little worse. So the more you kind of keep a handle on it, the better. Yeah.
Yeah.
And like you can kind of see, like sometimes even like a lot of rest still doesn't like resolve the issue. Like it's like you got to build up these parts of your nervous system a bit more again. So,
Yeah. And this is the first time I've heard of this term,
right,
but I've had these symptoms for like at least 15 years.
right,
And
right.
it's exactly how you describe it. It's like I
Yeah.
can sleep endlessly and I'm never not
Yeah. And
tired.
you wake up and you're like, oh, I could take a nap.
Yeah.
I could so take a nap right
Yeah.
now.
I'm
You
always
know,
tired.
yeah. Yeah.
So
Pain will do that too. Like, I don't know if you have a lot of pain issues, but pain is another good contributing factor to that.
mm,
Yeah.
well, thank you for the hope.
Yeah. Yeah. You bet.
Okay.
And then go ahead, Lolly.
Hey, Miss Lolly.
Hey. I don't even know what's happening today. I never had something like that. I have no idea the patterns that we were doing. I'm like, no clue. Like we start and I'm out and you're talking and I'm listening
Yeah.
and I'm so, it's not
Yeah.
even like I'm a little bit out. I'm like, I can't keep my eyes
Yeah.
open like at all. And I had a longer week. I was kind of tired yesterday, and my neck has been like the last 3 days. I can barely move my head, but it's so much more than that.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Um,
Especially this day, really good for you. Like
yeah,
for the stuff you got going on.
and
You have crazy situations back home in Israel. You have crazy things with your work. You had the big fire, and then, like you said, the 20 or 30 years prior to that.
yeah,
It takes a toll. And like I use myself as an example. When I was young, I could push through all kinds of stuff. But as I've gotten older, I don't have the endurance. I don't have the stamina. Start talking about asthenia. I got a little bit of that, and it's for me, I'd say when I was young, youth backed me up a little bit. But as I started getting
Yeah.
older, the body wasn't bouncing back quite as it was before, but the habits were still there. And so I had to adjust habits and, how I slept and, you know, and it's something I always keep my eye on, and
Yeah.
you could say, yes, it's about being busy, but given the state of the world these days, it's also could just very easily be overstimulation, over agitation, and just, always feeling that you got to have your guard up, or
Yeah, and
there's times where you're like, I got to be super careful about what I say,
yeah, all the
like,
time. Yeah. And
you
it's
know,
interesting because we did the first one, I think I did Clary Sage, and then we had the first break, and on that break, all of a sudden, a dream from last night,
mhm,
all of a sudden came back to me in like so many details.
mhm.
It was insane. It was really emotional, and it actually has to do with a lot of things that I've been working on, and a lot of things I've been feeling. So that was, yeah. And then the rest of the day, I'm just so basically the best way for me to work with all this, like, oh God, I'm falling asleep, except really going to sleep earlier, is just keep working those processes with these oils.
Working the processes, and most of this, how, like, there's different ways that we can do these processes. We can do here, we're doing sustained inhalation. Sometimes we might do internal, and sometimes we might do topical. I have found that the things that we're talking about here, internal is okay, but it's usually more inhalation or topical application. And so it doesn't always have to be that you sit down and do the patterns. You can do like a body tonic, or you can do a bath,
Yeah, I've been
a
doing
salt
camphor.
bath. It doesn't, the lotion, you can do a lotion,
Mhm.
so you can kind of multitask. And, for me, like, I sit down and I do some processes, but, if I did all the processes I wanted every day, I'd be spending half my day doing processes.
Mhm.
So I like, how can I multitask? And so usually I'll do a process, I'll do a salt bath, or I'll slap on a body tonic, or do some like kind of lotion or body oil or something like that. And I can hit a lot of different things and, not consume a big part of the day. And so,
So yeah, I've been doing camphor, yeah, body tonic,
yeah,
um,
camphor's super good for you. Mm.
frankincense vital inhalations, because taking this one internally is weird for me. Like the regular frankincense works great. This one internally is the taste something is weird for me. So I'm doing inhalations on that, and sea pine, and thyme geranol. Yeah. Anything else that I'm missing here?
No, I mean, especially those first two, you're kind of doing those things.
And I'm probably gonna get maybe a roller ball of the blend, the storms.
Yeah,
I
that's a
think
good
that
one to
might
have.
be good because that's giving me the option to put it on my body and to do inhalations.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
this one, would you put it on your body in like certain, like let's say I'm not doing the lotion that I put like all over. If it's like a roller ball, are there any specific areas that would be better
I'd
than?
probably just do it on the heart.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's pain areas like the storms, I think is what you were talking about.
Mhm.
It is soothing to the area. So this is what I would say about this. Like when, like, say your knee hurts, for example, you put it on there and you go, oh yeah, it's a little bit soothing. It might reduce the pain. Yes, that is true. But more importantly, is it reduces the body's reaction to pain. And
Right.
that in a long-term treatment process is actually very important because like pain, it starts to turn into, agitation in this part of the nervous system. And then there starts to be a little bit of anxiety. And then, eventually there's body tension. And, we start to have a little bit of fatigue and things like this that set in. And then there starts to be a little bit of sleep issue. And then the sleep issue turns into a sleep disorder. And then, like pain isn't just the painful spot. It's this thing that just keeps going. It's a process. And so the idea of using something like storms in this area is, yes, it might reduce some of the pain. It's not really a pain reliever, but it still might, because it's soothing, right?
Yeah,
So it might
and
soothe the nerve, but it would soothe the reaction that causes the fight flight response and the stress response in the body, and it would start diminishing those effects of things that just continue to happen as the body is in sustained levels of pain. Now,
yeah,
dull achy pain isn't as hard on the body as sharp pain. Sharp stabbing pain, arthritic pain, things like that, they really engage this like pain response. Like dull achy pain is usually more of a byproduct of still an imbalance in the nervous system, still can be an imbalance in either the vagus nerve, parasympathetic state, or lack of tone in the sympathetic nerves, right? But it's usually associated with poor lymphatic movement. And so that has a whole nother set of cascading effects, but it's not the same as like, oh, I can't sleep, or, because even like insomnia with a pain syndrome eventually turns into a phobia. Like people will
mhm,
start to have like a phobic response to like, okay, it's time to go to bed. I'm not going to sleep tonight. I'm probably not going to feel rested. I'm going to wake up feeling exhausted tomorrow, and they start going down this rabbit hole. And there you go.
yeah.
Yeah.
And so a couple things. So yeah, it makes sense about the storms. But then what I'm wondering about, we're talking last week about nerve health, which is different and
Mhm.
different oils, but also somewhat of a similar idea of when you're using that, it kind of reduces other things that you use. It reduces the agitation in the body in a way, and other things that you would use would work better, right?
You'll have
So
to be more specific. Like
so
I don't
we
really
had
remember that
so
conversation.
we had a conversation, I think it was with Robert, and you were talking about how nerve health, I think it was it had to do maybe with the auric programming, but basically using nerve health because of what it does, it's not like a pain reliever, but if you would use
Oh,
that,
yes.
it calms down the nerves,
Yeah, now I
then
remember that
everything.
conversation. Yes.
Okay, and
So, like,
how
because, like to elaborate just with what you're saying. So, when we're in pain, that pain can become a loop, just like anything else. Like, how we have our trauma loops or whatever.
Mhm,
And so, what happens with anything that's chronic, anything that's been there longer than the rule of thumb is 30 days, but it can happen sooner. But like 30 days, it's moved from acute to chronic, right? And so, like if you have chronic pain, for example, as much as you do the different things, be it medications, herbs, oils, healing, chiropractic, whatever it is,
mhm.
the longer that it's there, the harder it is to break out of it because the nervous system has now engaged in a loop, right? And
Okay.
so part of what has to happen is, yes, you're trying to reduce pain and you're trying to fix the structure and you're trying to reduce muscle tension and, all these different things. But part of it is you have to re-educate the nerve to say, stop doing that, go back to the way you're supposed to behave. Like,
Mhm.
like so, like neurological regeneration is not that the nerves grow back or the something in the nerves, like, grows back. It's just that it goes back to its more appropriate form of functioning.
Mhm.
And so, like sometimes with chronic pain, um, as much as you put on the different pain relievers, they'll feel good for a little bit and then they won't. You know, you put nerve help on, and all of a sudden it's like, it kind of went away. It's because the nervous system broke out of that pain loop and went like, hey, we can do other things. We don't always have to do this pain thing.
Mhm.
And so, it helps that area to accelerate in healing, but you're shifting the body out of that pain pattern that's in the nervous system, so that then the other things that you do, they stick.
Yeah, which I get it and actually do
Yeah.
that, and I've been doing that for a while, and I was like, oh,
Yeah.
okay, but that's why they do different things, like they break the body out of different things. This one is more about the loops,
Right.
and the storms is something slightly different.
Yeah. So I see what you're saying. The nerve help breaks it out of like the neurological pain pattern. The storms is the agitation that gets generated by any of these like patterns or any sort of stimuli, right?
Okay.
So it's not so much about that repetitive loop as it is
Mhm.
about, you know, being in that loop generates a homeostatic emotion. Like, hey, I'm stressed out, I'm anxious,
Mhm.
I'm feared, I'm upset, I'm angry, whatever, because the body is having that response. A very good example of what happens with chronic pain patterns is because the body is in pain, it generates in the emotional body and in the mind, my feelings are hurt.
Oh yeah.
And it's not that somebody came and like said some things, but like what happens is your body's in pain, your body's in pain, your body's in pain. And then it takes less and less for things from other people to hurt your feelings because your feelings are already in that hurt state. But the hurt state is actually the body. But the body is trying to get the attention of the mind. And so it starts to generate emotional feelings. And then eventually it starts to generate thoughts. And so, it's very common, especially like with people who are on really strong opioids, like Oxycontin or morphine or something. They're constantly accusing people around them of hurting their feelings. Like they're
Mhm.
they're cranky. I used to partner with this guy for doing like pain management. Like if I wanted to learn something, I would just go partner with somebody and like do it for a while rather than reading about it. And so I was partnering with this acupuncturist for a while. And he had all his acupuncture techniques of managing pain, but we were dealing with people who are on very strong opioids. And we'd have to have a talk about a few of them. He'd go, okay, careful. There was this one little lady, she was probably 75 and probably weighed 90 pounds wet. And when her meds started wearing off, she was scary. Like she cornered me a couple of times and he would laugh. He was like, yeah, that happened to me in the early days. But she was so bent on that, something wasn't being done, but what I
Mhm.
was saying or not saying, it was you're hurting my feelings. She would say that to me over and over again. And I was like, I've hardly spoken. And she goes, I know, that's what's hurting my feelings. It was like, didn't matter what I said or didn't
Mhm.
say.
Yeah.
That's where her mind was at. And, him and I talked about it, and it's like, she's in a lot of pain. So, like, we knew going in, she was going to be like this. But it's the example of when the body's in pain, eventually, emotionally, mentally, you're like, my feelings are hurt,
Mhm.
because the physical turns emotional, turns mental, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah.
And then going back to the really now dealing with, falling asleep throughout the day, and I mean, and we do a lot of work today. So, but really the way to kind of break out of that is keep using the oils and doing the processes
Yeah,
until
I
it
would say
eventually.
it probably your adrenals are calming down and some of the
Yeah.
stress mechanisms,
Mm-hmm.
and the body just goes into repair mode.
Yeah.
Not necessarily a bad thing. I lost Samantha a couple times today.
Yeah.
And when I do storms, like I sometimes I go through to do this process that we've been doing, because I've been doing this process for years.
Mm-hmm.
Um, not every day, but from time to time. Um, a lot of times I don't even make it past storms, to be honest with you. I'd love to say like, hey, I put up the good fight. I went through all four. I get to storms. I calm the agitation down. I'm like out.
Mm-hmm.
And so I have to do it sometimes in pieces. But
Yeah.
like when I'm starting to feel a little bit run down, I go a little bit heavier on the asthenia and the dystonia component. Like,
Mhm.
a really good example of asthenia. Remember when everybody was starting to get the vaccine for COVID?
Mm-hmm.
And they were starting to have all kinds of weird symptoms and everything. And we started saying, take lemongrass. It's because it was causing asthenia. Like the reaction
Mm.
to that's why the lemongrass would make people feel better kind of quickly, is it knocked out the asthenia and the body could process whatever was going on with that vaccine. It's very common with
Interesting.
vaccines, by the way. It wasn't that it was just that vaccine, but people seem to be having a lot more reactions to that one than normal.
So it just throws off the body
Hmm.
so much that it's.
Yeah. Asthenia is starting to, how like in the old movies you'd see like that guy with a stick and the red bandana and his stuff and he's walking somewhere. Asthenia is that guy with his bags packed walking towards dystonia. Like it's just a matter of time.
Mhm. And then the Asthenia blend, is that also the combination of the oils that you have listed here, or is it something like?
Yeah, it's I don't think tarragon's in it, but other than that, yeah, I'll tell you exactly what's in it. Hold on. So asthenia is thyme geranol, camphor, black spruce, sea pine, dark patchouli, frankincense vital, lime, and opopanox.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're so welcome. Actually, I think I got that mixed up. Hold on. That one was dystonia. My apologies. Steen Asthenia is lemongrass, oregano, rosemary, tarragon, savory, sage, and ravensara. Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
And
Thank
then,
you.
yeah.
And someone also shared, I had COVID this week and this weekend, and last weekend's class helped me. Okay, sorry. Let me just make sure I read this right. And this weekend and last weekend's class helped me heal faster and feel very calm. Thanks.
Oh, good. Good, good.
Let me make sure I got all the shares and questions before we. Yeah, I think that was it for that part.
Okay. So let's go ahead and take a break. We'll come back at 20 till the hour, and then we'll do dystonia.
Estonia.
Hey, okay, so you're going to pull out one of the single oils, the black spruce, camphor, frankincense vital, lime, opopanax, patchouli, sea pine, thyme geraniol. Dystonia is the one that came in the kit. And we're going to do a couple different applications. First, we're just going to go through and deal with body awareness. Now, here's the thing with dystonia is, there's different kinds. And here we're looking at dystonia in the sympathetic part of the nervous system in general. So when this is in play, it can have an impact on airways, it can increase heart rate, it can raise blood pressure, it redirects flow into the muscles. And so the other thing that can happen is you start to have like postural distortions. So even like something like a severe body misalignment can actually fall into the realm of dystonia to a certain extent. And then things like handwriting, like your handwriting will start getting weird or changing a little bit. Um, in extreme cases, people will even kind of do this thing where they will like kind of sway. It almost looks like they're dancing a little bit, and then they'll kind of fall down like on a knee, or they'll fall down and they usually lose control of the muscles for just a little short period of time. They're like awake, they're conscious, but their body just stopped moving like it normally did. And there's different kinds of dystonia where it then starts to impact like different areas or very specific areas of the body. But here we're just looking at the idea of the elevated blood pressure, the elevated heart rate, the more rapid breathing, basically it just starts having this cascading effect that's going deeper and deeper into the nervous system. Right? So we're going to start with body awareness. And you're just going to be aware of your body. Like check in with your body. Where do you feel something? A heaviness, a tension, whatever it might be. And wherever your body awareness is, you're inhaling the oil while maintaining your awareness on that part of your body. You're still in that part of the body. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. Keep your eyes closed and just be still. Again, you're observing it in the body. And you're inhaling as you observe the body. And then just pause and be still. Let's do that one more time. Feel it in your body. Could be a different spot, but feel it in your body. And then take nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on that part of your body. And then pause and let go. How does that feel? Mhm. Okay, we're going on to application 2, where we're going to basically cover the whole body. Right? So you're going to start with your feet. Your awareness is on your feet. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your whole foot, top, the sides, the heel, the bottom, your whole foot, both of your feet. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your lower legs, so from your ankle all the way up to your knees. The front, the sides, the back. The whole lower legs. In your knees and your thighs, your upper legs. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then let's just pause for a moment and just let that percolate for a moment. Your pelvis, the front of your pelvis, the sides, the back, your hips and pelvis. The low back and the lower abdominal area. Low back and lower abdominal area. The whole abdominal cavity, all your internal organs from the bottom of your ribs all the way down to the navel. The mid back area. Your whole across the back, mid back. Just pause and let go. Just pause and let it go. And start inhaling again. Your awareness is on your chest and your upper back. Chest and upper back. Then the tops of your shoulders. The arms, the forearms, the hands, the fingers, down your whole arm. The neck, the front, the sides, the back. How's this feeling on your body? And then your jaws. Awareness is on your jaws, but also your whole head, including your face. Your whole head. And then just pause and be still. Just being still. Notice how you feel, your body, your emotions, your thoughts. So one of the byproducts of dystonia of the sympathetic nervous system is, it can elevate blood pressure, it can accelerate the heart rate, it can accelerate your respiratory rate, so makes you breathe like short, rapid, breathing that would be associated with anxiety. But I would say when there's lack of tone in this part of the nervous system, there usually can be chronic anxiety, there can be panic attacks, emotional exhaustion, and just difficulty in your ability to relax. You just, even though there's times to relax, you just can't allow yourself to relax. In the corporate setting, I used to kind of refer to this, instead of talking about it like with some sort of, medical term, I would just say you're addicted to stress, because people would, get out of stressful situations and it was like, okay, 2-week vacation. And they'd create some situation that was like crazier than the work environment. And it was because they couldn't relax. They couldn't do it. And so, it's a hyper stimulation of the the sympathetic nerves, and eventually it loses its tone, and it goes a little nuts. And so, you know, it can cause abnormal postures and spasms. It can cause all kinds of symptoms. But usually, bottom line is you just like, no matter what I do, I don't feel good. You could say that's asthenia. You could, if it's fatigue related, but also you could say it's dystonia. Dystonia of the sympathetic nervous system. There are different types of dystonia, but we're talking about sympathetic nervous system. So, but anyway, let's do shares and questions. And if we have a little bit of time left, we might do another round of it. But let's see what you got. Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Robert, start us out.
Hey, Greg. Uh, I noticed that there's another special oil in our kit today, Taggart's ointment.
Oh, yeah. So just kind of another way to relax the body. Super soothing to the feet. Like Taggart's is all things feet, achy
Okay.
feet, tired feet, sore feet, calluses, whatever. And, it's kind of like what I was saying before. You relax the feet, you relax the head, ugh, it's hard for the body not to go into a deeper level of relaxation. And so I just thought I'd include that in there just as a little treat for everybody to like rub that on your feet. It feels really super good.
I am
And
looking forward to it.
yeah, just especially at night. Like I like to do that at night where put it on and it starts to wind the body down, and I might not go right to sleep, but like I can see the light at the end of the tunnel, if you know what I mean.
Okay,
Yeah,
sounds good.
yeah, yeah.
And after putting the Storm's Thera on me earlier, I'm like sort of chill.
Yeah.
Nothing's really phasing
Super,
me.
super soothing, huh? Like it's very,
Yeah.
very soothing.
Yeah, who cares? There's helicopters flying over right now. It's okay. Thank you.
You know what I was thinking, like I didn't really give a big explanation of dystonia or asthenia. And how about for Wednesday night, we'll give them a new booklet, and it will have in the segments, it'll have an explanation of each little piece that's kind of written out for you guys so that you can go through and reference the asthenia and the dystonia. And yeah.
I think everyone wants to go deeper, Greg.
Yeah, let's do another round. Okay, so whatever oil you're using, let's do another round. Ready? So your feet, your awareness is on your feet. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then the lower legs. Your awareness is in the lower legs. From the ankles up to your knees. The knees and your thighs. Your awareness is on your knees and your thighs. And then the pelvis and the hips. Your awareness is on the pelvis and the hips. Just pause and let go. Just pause and let it go. Your awareness is on your low back and your lower abdomen. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your whole abdominal area, from below the ribs all the way down to your navel. Your mid back area, your awareness is on the mid back area. Your chest and upper back. The tops of your shoulders. Your arms, your forearms, your hands, your fingers, your fingertips. Your neck. Your awareness is on your neck. And then your whole head, including your face and your jaws. And then just pause and be still. How did that feel? Feels so good, huh? So like I said, we'll make a new booklet that we'll send out on Wednesday night that will have information about asthenia and dystonia and maybe a little bit of other information. So look for the booklet update. Won't be anything too crazy, but at least give you an idea. But anyway, does anybody have any shares or?
Yeah, go ahead. I think Kat probably.
Hey,
Hey, that was that was very sweet and kind of interesting. Hang on, let me put my camera on. There we go. Hi. When we did the first round with the feet and going up,
mhm.
partway through the process, I started feeling like there was a cushion around each area as we were inhaling on that area, you know.
Oh, nice.
And then as it proceeded, like it became more clear. And then the second round, it was almost like a ball of light around each area, like
Oh, nice. Very nice. Yeah.
goldy colored and some other colors too, but mainly goldy colored. It was very interesting. At first I thought it was like a cushion, but then I was like, oh, there, it's like a ball of light almost.
Yeah. I mean, the thing that I find interesting about all of this stuff is, you know, especially like the vagal tone, but here we're talking about more like, you know, the sympathetic nerves and all of that and how they work together and bringing balance to the system is, you know, even just life like kind of tears us down a little bit, or age, or, you know, things that have happened, illnesses, all those kinds of things. But even positive things can. And one of the things that can even cause some of these issues is like really intense meditation can be hard on, you know, the nervous system is refining, but it also can be hard on the nervous system. And, you know, as the nervous system gets refined and is fortified, there is a kind of light in the nervous system. You know, there's like an etheric version of that. That's this like kind of light that runs through us. And you know, in Star, we refer to it as nerve fluid. Like there's just this kind of light that's in there. And I think that's what you're experiencing.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, this has been a really sweet day.
Yeah, good.
Got Ananda with me, got Michael with me. We've
Yeah,
had a
very
lovely
cool.
day.
Yeah, very cool.
Thank you, Greg.
Yes, all.
Thank you, Greg.
Yeah. Take care, you guys.
And then we had some questions come in as well.
Seriously.
Is dystonia stress in the nervous system?
Dystonia is like lack of tone and hyper, uh, like a hyperactivity or reactivity in the sympathetic part of your nervous system, which is tied to fight, flight, fawn, and freeze.
So I think that answers
Yeah,
the
yeah.
second
So it's
question. Could you summarize what?
yeah, very specific piece. Now there's different kinds of dystonia. Like, there's this, it can settle in different areas in the body. And dystonia, like there's this thing called torticollis tic de la Rue. And it basically means, like our body is always trying to maintain like horizontal eyes. But in torticollis, torticollis basically means twisted neck. So they usually have like a creak in their neck, but their eyes don't go horizontal, right? So their eyes are, they walk around kind of like this. And because there's a distortion in the spine, it causes it becomes autoimmune. But also, like that's very specific. It's not like it's just like, oh, the body is stressed out. It's usually because of an injury or, an illness or like several people that I treated with torticollis, they when they were being born, the doctor had to pull them out with forceps, like it was a difficult birth. And their neck got twisted when they were young, and just as they grew older, it became this torticollis tic de la Rue. And with that, they'll even will start to be like they'll get these little facial, like they'll go like this a lot, and it's just like a reaction in the face, like it's it's probably part spasm and part like neurological reaction. And sometimes in like certain kinds of dystonia, you'll see like a very exaggerated like eye blink, like instead of blinking like this, they'll like it's almost like they're really pushing their eyes closed, but it's not like they're doing it intentionally. It's the nervous system has this weird like hyper stimulation. And so there's, here we're talking about dystonia in the sympathetic part of the nervous system, but dystonia can happen in other areas of the body, where it can be very specific in a section of the body. And so, yeah, it's usually treatable, but it takes a while. Like it's not a quick fix by any means. And you really do have to go back and like restore parts of the nervous system and things. Like there was one case of it wasn't the general sympathetic nervous system dystonia, but I was treating a person one time where she had dystonia. Like it was kind of undiagnosed, but it was obvious that it was dystonia. And it happened. She had like 3 really traumatic like events that were really close together, and they just went bam, 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 like within 2 or 3 weeks. After that, she had dystonia. Like it was like literally like a light switch got flicked on. And they weren't like horrible, but it was like the neighbors were making really loud noises, and like late at night, like they were throwing a party, and I think they called the police and somehow it got turned back on them, or I don't know I can't remember the story. But there was just like 3 events that were just really disorienting. And like after that, the person, she just had dystonia after that. Basically her nervous system got fried. I know one person who did really intense meditation and fried her nervous system, and she developed a form of dystonia. You know, it's not like the normal meditation. It was like within a group and a deep practice that you have to work up through the levels. And but when she did the really intense meditation, her body couldn't handle it. And yeah, she had a little bit of a form of dystonia. Yeah.
Is frankincense vital better for dystonia than frankincense serrata?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so I wanted to kind of let you guys know. I did end up figuring out how to extend the kit for you guys who didn't get the kit and are showing interest. And so I don't know if I have the link still here. Let me see. Yeah. So if you go to the class link and you want to get the kit, I extended the time because usually we have it for the previous class, we'll have it in there. But this way you'll be able to get that kit right now if you want it.
Yeah, it's a great kit. It's
Yeah.
got all the blends.
Yeah.
Storms, dystonia,
So I hope that makes it easy
asthenia,
for you guys.
relaxation.
And what else? I think that's all the questions that I remember people asking. Let me just double check real quick. Yeah, go ahead, Denise.
Hey, Denise.
Sam, could you repeat how to get that kit? I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
So I posted the link in the chat. If you can go to the chat, it's just going back to the class.
Oh, got it. I
Yeah.
see.
And I made it so the kit is still for sale. So when you scroll down, like when you buy regular tickets, it's going to be like a ticket, like you normally would get. So I just made it just for the kit.
Thank
And
you.
we will make it, you know, like this will go away, but when the previous class gets put up.
Thank you.
Yeah,
You're so
happy
welcome.
to.
Yeah, I hope you guys had. I mean, even though we're working on that part of the nervous system, it's still like a relaxing day, but it's like a fortifying day. Whenever I do this, I always feel like I'm relaxed, but I feel like stronger, or I'm going to be stronger soon. Might not always be immediate for myself, you know, but like eventually I'm going to get there. Yeah. Yeah. So,
And then go ahead, Dorothy.
hey,
Hey, Greg. I just wanted to say on the last segment, yeah, my body just really felt relaxed, calm, just very calm, and the mind feels more alert.
yeah, I
yeah.
would say so. Yeah, sure.
Well,
You know, because it's going back to the idea of like memory and brain fog. And if we start kind of regulating these things and fortifying these things, it usually does improve cognitive function and thought processes. And yeah.
well, great. Well, I had a little question in that as we were going through it, and I just really felt the body relaxing and feeling so comfortable. I was thinking, oh, a salt bath with dystonia oil might be fantastic. But my question is, because when we finished, the mind was more alert. So I thought, well, maybe that would not be a good idea at night. Could you comment?
I would say not close to bedtime, but
Yeah.
like, you know how like later in the afternoon, early evening, you know, sometimes I take salt baths like right before I go to bed, and sometimes I take when I'm like 5 or 6, and then I still kind of stay awake and I'm doing stuff or whatever. I would say dystonia, um, uh, I mean, I think you would still probably go to sleep, but it's not going to be one that's going to knock you out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sometimes, like if I do, every once in a while, I'll do a salt bath during the day. That's like when I'll do like dystonia or asthenia or, you know, something that's like rosemary or something like that, where it's relaxing, but I'm alert, you know, and I'm kind of with you on what you're saying. Probably not right before bed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, uh, would it be a good idea for a salt bath, or is it
Salt,
really,
salt
or is
bath
it
or
really like overkill and too expensive an oil? I mean,
no, it's not really that expensive on an oil. Yeah.
oh, okay.
I would say salt bath or even body tonic. You
Oh,
know, like
yeah.
a body tonic is a way to kind of even get away from taking a 15 or 20-minute salt bath. You know, you just
Yeah.
slap it
Okay.
on and you know,
Yeah, I was just thinking if we didn't have time to go through the inhaling process.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well, there's time, and then there's also like juice in your legs. Like I might have the time, but I don't feel like going, oh, I gotta inhale and exhale and hold the bottle. Like, you know, it sounds ridiculous, but there's times where I just don't have the juice in my legs for that.
Well, thank you so much. It was a great day. Thank you.
Good, good. You bet.
And go ahead, Sonia.
Hey, Sonia.
For the storms,
Uh-huh.
Thera lotion, what what is in it besides the oil?
It's the essential oil and then lotion. Yeah, that's it.
What is the lotion made out of?
Oh, I'd have to go look that up. It's a prefab thing. Yeah.
I'm curious because I get reactions to glycerin and coconut oil and a bunch
I
of different
don't
oils.
think coconut oil is in there, but I can check for the glycerin. Yeah.
Yeah, email us.
Yeah. Email me to remind me, but like I'd have to go look, and like I buy a lotion base and I still tweak it a little bit, but I start with a base. In the old days, I used to make the lotions from scratch, and it's just too time consuming. And honestly, I could never get it as good as I can buy the prefab bases. So I buy the prefab base, and then I still add a few ingredients to it, and then that's my lotion base. Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
And let me double check. Great process, deeply relaxed body. Felt like it was sleeping and my mind alert. Thank you.
Nice. Yeah. I mean, this process it's kind of like what this person said and what Dorothy said. It's very fortifying also to the mind, to the brain. And so that's the part that helps the fuzzy thinking and the memory issue and the cognitive functions and all of those kinds of things. You know, it's not a symptom-oriented approach, even like the idea of chronic anxiety or panic attacks. It's not going after the panic attack, it's going after potential causes for the anxiety and the panic attack, you know. Yeah, so yeah. Okay, you guys, look for the new booklet. We'll update it with some information and everything. And I might even add, like, if there's tinctures and things you might want to work on to augment just to cut down time. But otherwise, we'll do a study group on Wednesday. And tomorrow, where I'm going to be writing all day, but I'm still going to be doing the Sunday service. We're still going to be working with toning and working with angels. So hopefully you can join us tomorrow for the Sunday Sacred Space.